Boom. Don't lock on. What the f? If he had a horse, he would have died. The lightning build, the legendary lightning spear, coming in clutch with the extra lightning scorpion and the triple. Actually, sorry, I had double dragon colts, and then I had the Everjail one. GG's. You actually have to free aim this boss. I promise you, locking on is so bad because his torso is like kind of skinny and you can't lock on to the horse itself, right? So the problem that this boss has is that this boss has like a really weird hitbox where like, here, I'll show you an example. Like if I'm aiming and this is his head, right? This is so easy to miss. Like if he makes the slightest pivot, this will just shoot off to the side and just like barely like whiz past him. Ideally, whenever you fight a horse boss, you're supposed to lock on to like the torso, but since he is the horse, it's not a separate hitbox. So throwing spells like upwards vertically, they have the worst tracking for going up. They don't have that much range, especially lightning spear's range is like not that good. The craters do help a lot too. So if you have a crater, the crater gives you the legendary. So that lightning hurt him though. That lightning hurt him. Max stamina boosts attack power of added affinity attacks. What the fuck? Why is it locking on back there? What am I locking on to? Time to find 3 carrion swords now. Yeah. You know, the sad thing is you're probably right. What is happening? Go. Whee! Okay, we might clear out this camp. No, that camp sucks. Go here. We'll just go straight there like this. This way, boom. Go in here, get the level 3. Get the church. I would like lightning from this place. Well, pain and misery. Yeah, it was fucking. You know what? Ooh, I might have to go back. Wait, something up here? Oh, well. Magma? Where's this? Oh, it's down here. This one's down here. Well, we got a stone sword key instead. Not bad. Oh, lightning! Yes! Lightning, my beloved. Oh, how I missed you. Fuck you, Bo. What about this one? Oh, and I got flame grant me strength, which is not like super good. Ooh, what is this? Oh, it's a dragon. I feel like the dragon shouldn't be too bad. Feel like the dragon should be like, okay. Ah, I missed. Yeah, I'm not killing this in time. Oh, and of course he gets glitched, so he goes up there, so I can't fight him. Wow, what a good game. All right, we have to leave. That just ruined it. Holy shit. We're just gonna take the Hawk Tua immediately to go to the Everjail. I need it. I need at least one. Pew! Oop. He's input reading like a naughty boy, chat. Fuck charge attacks. Just tap. If you charge, they just dodge. Tapping is so good. Stamina. Always stamina. If you ever see the option to get stamina, chat, take it. I promise you, you will thank me. Ooh, lightning scorpion charm. That's perfect. Deep faith, that one sucks. Ailments, that sucks. Power of the demon. Is the power of a demon good? I'll suck. Okay. All right, another talisman. Fuck you. How does that not kill? What? Dagger talisman. Interesting. Interesting story. Huh, I see you. I know what you are. Oh, look, we're right here. I cast my spell. Time out, time out, time out, time out. Look at this long ass cast time. What? He hit me with the tip. He hit me with the tip, chat. Just the tip. Ow. Please. Yes. All right, we're dead, I think. Did we not get a grace for this one? Oh, fuck off. No grace, really? No grace for this one? Real? Oh, I love scripting. It's so fun. I think we just finish him off like this. And the other one we save our lightsaber for. I like these ones though, because they don't spit out like the fucking bullshit every time. Oh my god, I'm dead. Holy fuck! He's jumping across the map with his horse, bro. Sign him up for the Olympics. Holy shit. I'm dead. I'm not. He slid. Alright, then we just save it. Because we can kill him like this. Oh no. Kill him quick. Fuck you. Oh, my favorite. And then I don't get to get any buffs that are actually meaningful. I get 0 meaningful buffs for that boss fight. This I can't use. This is dog shit. And then this one, sure, the duration of my spells. Oh shit. Drag him out. Ah! You see just the slightest movement and you miss. Die! Perfect. That's all I wanted. Honestly, I don't even need the Evergel at this point. I just want the legendary. I just need the legendary. Ooh, anything here? Coated sword. That's terrible. At least in this boss fight. Now we go down. Whee! Yeah, we just got to start going down. I'm not even going to do the gargoyle. I feel like none of it's worth it except getting the legendary. Like, yeah. Oh, I could have went here for the shop. I forgot. Duh. Then... Nobody say a fucking word. Right, can we go here? I'm dead. Nice. Oh shit, we get so much poison that. Thank God. Boom. Die. No, he's won. Nice. No, get away from me. Using the starter staff? Yeah, I'm using it to get magic. The fuck else do you think I'm using it for? Using it for the mixture, buddy. Nice. Oh. Investigation at full HP. I'll keep that. Oh, and now I can go here and do this. Yay! Maybe I'm wasting my time here, actually. I think I'll just do one. I think maybe just one. If I fuck that up, I'll just leave. There we go.
Greetings, I'm Neil's Lessons, and I'm going to be showing you how to defeat the Everything. So you want to use lightning-based things. So these are the relics that I used. I used the Dark Knight of the Baron, which is acquired by defeating the Sovereign Aping Jaw, so the previous Dark Sovereign. If you didn't get this relic, I recommend this one right here. Pretty much anything that boosts your lightning. This yellow relic that increases your attack power permanently after defeating the Everjail prisoner. So this is the best relic in the game right now, so get that up there. All of your teammates should have this, and yeah. During this expedition, you will most likely encounter the invasion of Libra, the scale-bearing merchant. I recommend you go for anything that suits your playstyle. To be honest, I took the enhanced armament, which increases your chances of getting something good like Bolt of Gransax. So you want something that is lightning-based or anything that aids your team here. So yeah, just wanted to point that out. If you want to skip to the boss fight, use the timestamps down below. But anyway, so on day 1, we pretty much did all of the Evergels that we could. You can also collect new Evergel keys while doing mausoleums and the forts that have the knight at the very top or the abductor virgin. You can also constantly loot every body you find around the map. This will allow you to increase your chances of finding more Everjails. So it's important to do at least 3+ Everjails, and I recommend 100% Shifting Earth Noclatio, the city, the Eternal City, I think it's called. Anyway, in the city, not only you get an additional chance at life, which if you defeat, Astel, the boss of this area, you get, an additional life. If you didn't know that, you also get the ability to duplicate your armament right before the Black Knife Assassin. If you go to the left, as you see here in the gameplay, this is the route that I always take, okay? This is if you want to see the best route to take in Noclatio, the Eternal City, follow this route. But anyway, so usually I go around here. It's a bit dangerous because there's an Astel here, and I take out this Mausoleum Knight. He always drops something really good. Well, almost always. I just ult him and get on with my life. So take his reward, and then you can climb up the wall here, and there will be a Black Knife Assassin. So I like finding the Black Knife Assassin here. She is a great enemy, but she's very easy. So sometimes she drops a legendary armament. You are looking for something that deals lightning damage, like Bolt of Grand Sax being the best thing, or anything that has innate lightning damage. Okay, not holy. Avoid holy everything at all costs. Alright, you can duplicate your armament here at the left, right before we get the Black Knife Assassin. We did this after we defeated Astel. By the way, this probably isn't open for you. If it isn't open for you, you have to defeat Astel. So just remember where you fought the Black Knife Assassin. Just go left and you will find this right here. I was playing as Wilder, so I was able to duplicate my Sword of Milos. This is one of the best great swords in the entire game because it debuffs the boss, okay? So if you don't get anything lightning, every single time, I don't care what boss you're fighting, Sword of Milos is the best because you are debuffing the boss, which means you will deal more damage. Alright? Let's get right into it. Now, we're going to be fighting Astel, and we're going to collect his gift. His gift allows you to have another chance at life. So it's like Wending Grace, but for your entire team. Alright, let's fight Fulgur. After playing this boss fight for 3 runs, I can safely say this is a harder boss than Gaping Jaw in my personal opinion, but of course, that is up to you to decide. Fulgur, the Everdark Sovereign Dark Drift Knight, will start on phase 2, and he will already have his darkened arm that he can use for very long range attacks. He also uses it to slam down when you see him jumping like that, and he will create an AoE attack. If you manage to dodge it, you'll be able to hit him because he will wait around 3 or 4 seconds for you to hit him. And interesting to note though is that when he is charging up an attack or at any point in time, you can stagger this boss by using heavy attacks. As you can see here, my teammate is constantly doing jump attacks, which is of course building up poise damage. Now the boss will go around and do this lance thing every once in a while. If you stand in the light, if you see light on the ground, that means it will explode, so get away from it, get away from the light. Once again, you want a lightning weapon to stagger this boss easily. As you can see, I'm using the Sword of Milos, which has bleed, and we also have rot and poison, which help immensely. As you can see here, the boss breaks very easily if you have colossal weapons, so I recommend a teammate that has Raider or Wilder. And of course, as always, we want Iron Eye, okay? Iron Eye will be able to use his marking, and the marking also builds more poise damage if you fill up the red X. So if you see the red X on an enemy, the more damage you deal, the more poise damage you will deal. Anyway, on phase number 2, the Dark Drift Knight Fulgur will start spawning clouds that rain down holy arrows, and they chase around each character, each teammate that you have, and yourself included. And after that, he sometimes has like a twin blade twirl like that, and he ends with a slam. It's usually 3, and then on the 4th attack, he lands his AoE attack. He also has a sort of bow, holy bow attack that he does that chases down an enemy. So in your case, you have to run away and sprint. That's how you dodge that. So if you see him pointing at the sky, just start running away, sort of like you did with the Adele Gaping Jaw boss fight when you saw the tornado. Alright. And then on phase 2, he will start doing his twirls a lot more times. And like I said, it's 3 attacks, spinning moves, and then ends with an AoE attack, slam. Look out for many AoE attacks. If you see wind on his weapon, prepare for a wind attack. once again, the boss will become faster on phase 2, and he will do a nuke attack. So this is his ultimate ability. If you see him start running like that, prepare to run away or dodge at the perfect time. He lands an explosive arrow with a massive AoE, and it tracks, okay? It tracks a player. It goes automatically to a player. So you either have to perfect dodge it, perfect parry it, or just run away as much as possible so you have more time to dodge it from a distance. Anyway, that is pretty much all the movesets that he did with me. He does the Twin Blade Twirl, once again, 3 attacks and 1 slam. He also does the Earth Shatter, as you saw there, which is a close range AoE attack. You can break this boss very easily if you use Colossal Weapons and if you use your R2 attack, your heavy attack. Your heavy attack is very, very important. If he starts aiming, that's when you need to use your R2 attack. I recommend playing as Guardian as well. With Guardian, you can have like a whirlwind attack with halberds when you perform heavy attacks. That seems to break him a lot. Anyway, once again, when Folger goes up into the sky slowly like that, he will deal his AoE attack, which is a massive nuke explosion that will deal a lot of damage to many nearby enemies and teammates. Anyway, I'm using Wilder here. I'm kind of panicking, I'm not gonna lie. This is not perfect gameplay, but I just wanted to show you a run with mistakes to show you that you can do it. And yes, the lightning that you can see there is me dodging, creating the lightning, so it's not him. He deals holy damage, so you want lightning. You want to use lightning against him. He does not use lightning against you. He uses holy attacks and physical attacks. So you want to prioritize physical attack power, physical attack damage negation, and affinity damage and absorption. Anyway, the Twin Blade attack, he does 2 or 3 spins and then lands with an AoE attack. Frost is also very heavily recommended in this fight. I personally recommend you'd run Frost and Rot and Lightning. Anyway, double twirl and then lands like that, big explosion. You can perfect dodge all of that, because if you dodge at the correct time, you can avoid all of that. So prepare to dodge 3 times in a row when you see him spinning. Anyway, Totem Stella, very useful here, breaks poise very easily and gives buff to your teammates. That's pretty much the Dark Drift Knight Everdark Sovereign boss fight. If you need to rewatch that in slow motion, I absolutely recommend you do so. And so you can learn the moveset and instead of running, 40 minutes each time. Anyway, let's show you what you unlock when you defeat the Everdark Sovereign Dark Drift Knight in Elden Ring Night Rain. So, upon defeating the boss for the first time, you get 25 Sovereign Sigils, and you can purchase at the Collector's Signboard his Enhanced Relic. That is everything that's new with this update. Of course, this might change in the future, but essentially what his relic does is it increases your maximum stamina, it boosts attack power of added affinity attacks, which means electric, holy, and magic and all of that, and defeating enemies will grant you additional ultimate art gauge, which means your ultimate art will load a lot faster or charge up a lot faster when you defeat enemies. I absolutely recommend you run this relic if you are trying to beat this boss or trying to help other people beat this boss. Anyway, if you found this video helpful or entertaining, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Let me know in the comments below if you need any more help. I always queue up with Password Neon, okay? So group Password Neon, always do 2 or 3 players. 2 players works best. And yeah, if you want to coordinate some more battles together, join us on the Discord server, link in the description down below. Don't forget to assign yourself roles. Check out the Night Rain chat. Ask there, but we're a small community, so don't be surprised if people are not available. I play on PC, so I always queue up with Password Neon. So, once again, Password Neon, Group Password Neon, and Multiplayer Password Neon. I always look for 2 players, and every once in a while I'll do 3 players, but I recommend with 2 players. Anyway, hope you found this video entertaining and insightful. Good luck on your runs. Take care, and subscribe with notifications.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are 38 advanced tips and tricks for Elden Ring Night Rain that are going to make you a much more effective player, going to give you a better understanding of the game, and also going to help you have more success overall against the regular portions of the game and also the Night Lords specifically. Did you know that these boluses that you can find in item crates are some of the most OP things in the game? And I'm not kidding about that. Not only do these passive effects permanently stack, so if you eat a bunch of the poison negating ones, then you're going to have an overall higher poison resistance for the rest of the match, but they also slowly refill HP over time. Now, it's not a lot, granted, but it's at least a little something, and it can be used as a legitimate health item inside of either night boss times or inside of actual Night Lord fights themselves. These are not worthless, and you should pop them immediately if you come across them. Throwing pots are honestly great for the initial start of the game. I feel like when I've been playing more and more, one of the things I get super impatient with is going from level 1 to 2 and killing that initial group of enemies. Can sometimes feel like it takes too long. So if you can find one of these lightning pots or a fire pot immediately in one of these crates, you can throw it kind of right in the middle and eliminate maybe 4 or 5 of them at once and really speed up that process. Don't underestimate these, and especially in the early game for large groups of weak enemies, these are a godsend. Wild Result is unbelievably powerful, but there's nothing that feels worse in the entire world than fully charging an ult and then whiffing completely. To avoid this, sometimes if you're fighting an enemy that tends to run around a lot, you can only like half charge it, which will not consume all of the ultimate charge you have, but it will obviously not do as much damage. This is incredibly good for enemies that are particularly mobile and some of the Night Lords, but obviously getting a full charge is going to give you more bang for your buck, so you really want to time it when the boss is going to be in front of you, typically after a big attack or something, or you can use it to iframe through a giant Night Lord attack as well and not take any damage. Parrying can be insanely effective for many sword enemies and can absolutely shut down some bosses. Even night to nighttime bosses that are pretty intimidating in their own right can be absolutely eviscerated through just a simple parry. Obviously, it will take a little bit of practice to get the time right, but this is especially important on stuff like the Nameless King or even Crucible Knights. This can be amazing. So you might notice that some of the enemies in this game have this purple attack, like it has a very distinct sound effect, and then they most likely try to grab you. There are a lot of enemies in this game that have an attack like this, and basically this works like a Makiri counter in Sekiro. Like if you are able to roll through and dodge this, not only do you avoid the attack, but it does actually a lot of stance damage to the enemy, pretty much the equivalent of like a fully charged heavy. So with that in mind, if you're kind of mentally keeping track of how much stance you've done to the boss and how likely they are to break soon, you can kind of add one of these Makiri counter successful dodges as a charged heavy. This has been a lifesaver in certain boss fights, and if you get one of these successfully, then you can afford to be more aggressive and probably go for a stance break. Now keep in mind, obviously enemies are going to have way more stance numbers in co-op than they will in solo, so they're going to be a little bit easier to knock down if you're by yourself, generally speaking, unless your teammates are just absolutely running them over like a train. Keep in mind, you can use the training area in the round table hold to come over here and check all of the weapon scalings. It's a lot more straightforward in this game than it is in the base of Elden Ring, so it's a lot easier to read, but you need to go over here to advanced stats to really check all of the scalings on individual weapons, which should give you a good idea of what you should be going after for your character or your build in-game. This is kind of a weird one, and I'm not sure if it's a bug or not, but picking up items seems to charge your ult a minuscule amount. Like, it's not a ton, but it looks like it's just a little bit. So if you need like that literally just sliver on your ultimate gauge, then maybe picking up items is not a bad way to passively charge. Keep in mind that weapon buffs and passive effects do stack. There are only a couple of exceptions in the game in which this is not true, but for example, if you're stacking damage negation after successive attacks, you can have 4 weapons of these and you will be an absolute tank. You pretty much have 2 ways to approach passives. You can go for a variety of different abilities, or you can pretty much stack all into one singular archetype. Whichever way you go, you probably can't go wrong, but some of these are genuinely overpowered, and I'm not sure if they're going to be nerfed or not. Make sure to look out for red phantoms that are carrying loot. Not only will they usually give you a ton of really good stuff that could honestly change the game for you, but even if they don't have a ton of things, they'll typically have equipment with, like, for example, the Duchess or the Wilder's Grief, which adds a little bit of attack power and definitely worth hanging on to. A lot of times I'll find a Wilder and I'll just replace my shield with his just because it's a little bit stronger. It's going to add a little bit more physical damage to me, but it's the exact same thing overall. Just be on the lookout for these. nights. Oftentimes after the first night, you'll get a buff that says flasks gradually restore health. Now, this is good for more experienced players because you don't get that initial burst of health right away, which can be crucial in boss fights sometimes, but this will restore more overall HP. So if you're looking for just pure survivability and pure numbers, this is the way to go. It's one of the best passive buffs in the game, even though it's not immediately useful sometimes, or it's a little bit of a learning curve to get used to when you shouldn't use it, but this is definitely one to look out for as well. Remember that not only can you buy relics over at this shop in the Round Table Hold, but you can also sell them. The menu to do so is kind of hidden. You need to go over to the relic table and then scroll through the characters, and the very last option is going to be to sell, and you can just select these and trade them off for merc. You can use these to either gamble for more relics, or you can use this to buy different character skins and appearances. This next one's pretty interesting, especially for Executioner mains. The parry stance for the Executioner is actually considered walking speed. So what that means is that there are a couple of passive buffs in the game that will do something while you're walking. For example, one of them sprays Madness Flame as you walk. Now, because the Executioner's parry stance counts as that, you can not only be in parry, but you can also have that passive effect going, which is a really consistent way to use this. It's kind of made for this character, if you ask me. Another one is, if you're playing Revenant, don't. No, I'm just kidding. What I was actually going to say is if you're playing Revenant, it's really worth spending all of your resources upgrading your starting weapon and not really going after anything else. In my opinion, I think her primary, what you spawn in with, is the thing that needs to be upgraded, and other weapons just don't really do well with Revenant in particular. Other that, or you could, just switch characters. You can rush down caves if you need to particularly get a smithing stone. Now, there are a couple of other ways to acquire these, which we'll talk about later, but caves, you don't need to necessarily take your time and kill every single enemy in here. If you just want the smithing stone, all you need to do is head down to the deepest part of the cave, where you're typically either going to encounter a Lane-Del Knight or some kind of giant, and they're fairly easy to kill. If you go down here with a charged ult, you can be in and out in 30 seconds, and I don't typically recommend caves unless you specifically need a smithing stone, but in rare cases you do, then this is a good idea. Make sure to check the merchant's weapon stock as well. A lot of people go here to get Wendy Graces for self-revives, or they come here maybe to the couch for extra item slots or something or other, but very rarely do people actually go through all of the merchant's stock and either see if they have a weapon that is the particular elemental that you need for that boss lord exploit, or just honestly, sometimes they just have fire weapons in general. So don't sleep on the merchants. I've been really kind of double checking them recently instead of just going for world weapons. The merchants can low-key save your life. The Royal Revenant is honestly one of the most troublesome enemies in this game, and I mean, I know Elden Ring players already know that, but if you've played Night Rain, he's just as much of a menace here. Now, the thing is, you can easily demolish these if you have any kind of healing spell. Using that in the vicinity of him will basically completely stun him, and this is probably the most effective way to deal with them, because otherwise they can be a run ender. If you're running around crates, you can instantly activate ground items by holding the activate button on your D-pad and then also pressing triangle or Y or whatever your use button is. These require you to not pick them up and then pop them. You could just use them off the ground immediately, which is a really nice quality of life feature. In addition to stacking weapons because of their passive effects, I've also gotten in the habit of stacking different kinds of status ailments and different elemental types, just in case I need to be prepared for whatever I run into. So for example, I might carry a holy weapon, I might carry a different bleed weapon, and then something with poison or scarlet rot, just in case I need to, proc something on a boss that's particularly resistant to that. Basically, you want to be as versatile as possible, because you never really know quite what the game is going to throw at you. This is important, especially in the early game, but as it gets later and later, and as you approach the Night Lord, it's important to take that and then kind of catalyze it into one very specific kind of strong build. Also, don't forget to look out for these rune acquisition boosters along the ground. These are really great for just killing maybe some couple enemies you have laying around, or it boosts it for about a minute or so, and there are multiple of these, so you can boost, kill enemies, then boost again and try to kill more. This is good for while you're traveling, maybe to the next zone or something as the circle's coming in. Know when to use your ults. I typically like to use them early in a boss fight if I'm fighting against like a nighttime boss, if I know I'm gonna have enough time to get it back. So I'll typically open with an ult to get a quick like stance break and then maybe a critical, and then I'll spend the rest of the fight, especially if it's a long one, trying to get that back, and usually you can be successful at that. However, sometimes you want to use it when you are necessarily trying to like iframe through a boss's strong move or something like that, but typically I like to pop them early if I think I'm gonna have enough time to be able to get one back. For co-op players, make sure to punish bosses during critical windows. Like obviously in other Souls games, while you're doing some kind of critical attack on a boss, they're invulnerable otherwise to more damage, but your teammates can still hit them for more damage as they're in this window. And what's even more interesting is that different characters have different critical windows. So for example, the Executioner has one of the longest critical windows ever, meaning it's not great for solo because it wastes some time, but it's amazing for co-op because it gives your teammates more time to punish the boss. So if you're in a Night Lord fight, for example, and the boss gets staggered, make sure the Executioner on your team goes for the critical hit, because you're going to get a little bit of extra time to punish the boss, which sometimes is the difference between a win and a loss. Duchess is genuinely OP for reviving allies. Not only does she have a ton of iframes on her ult startup, but the invisibility lasts until you hit another enemy or after the timer runs out. But unless you hit somebody, you're going to be invisible for quite a long time, and even like the most brutal revive, when you have like all of the 3 bars, a Duchess can still get through that and have enough time, even in a Night Lord fight usually. So I would say that if you like to be a medic, or that's something that you need in your team, then a Duchess that knows what they're doing is probably going to be the best one at that. So if you need a Smithing Stone 2, or one of the purple ones that are typically found in cave rewards, but you don't have time to go in a cave, if you see one of these storefront merchants with this icon on the map, like not all of the merchants are marked like this, but these ones specifically travel around a little bit and they are in randomized locations. But if you see one of these guys sell a purple smithing stone. So if you want to upgrade your weapon right here without going in a cave, this is a neat way to do so. Look out for fire encampments, because they're either going to have red main knights, or what you ideally want are these flame chariots, and please make sure that you hit them the way that they're supposed to be. I still see so many people trying to just fight these head on and not having a good time. You're supposed to jump on top of these and get a critical, and you can absolutely annihilate them if you're just being quick about it. You don't even need to jump all the way from the back. You just need to get to the top of the head and then press your attack button at the apex of your jump. Matter of fact, you can even do it coming out of a spirit stream jump, which is insane, but it's a really fun way to take care of these, and you can eviscerate one of these encampments in like maybe 30 seconds if you're being quick. Now, as the circle is closing in, I think this is one of the most important things when it comes to your run. I like to really try to make sure that I'm picking up scrap time, and that's essentially the time in between while the circle's closing and when I need to get to the safe white tree. I like to try to kill as many small enemies as I can along the way, or even just maybe picking up a couple of small enemies at ruins or encampments and stuff like that. Not trying to clear the whole thing, but killing as many as I can. Scrap time is really important for getting that small amount of runes you might need to buy another Wending Grace, or to, you know, maybe purchase another kind of material. I call it scrap time because it's not enough time to kill a major boss or anything, but it's an amount of time that you still don't want to sit around and do nothing with. And scrap time can honestly be the deciding factor in your games, even though it might not seem like it. Now, this is going to sound silly, but I promise, like, you know, this is something that some people legitimately need to hear. A lot of people are like, well, I would love to know how much time there is before the circle closes. Really, in order to do that, you just need to look at the sky. When it becomes nighttime, the circle is about to close. I know that sounds really silly, but you can approximately give yourself about 15 minutes from the start of each day until the circle starts closing again. That's typically how it goes, but you can kind of give yourself a rough estimate just looking at the time of day visually in the sky. Once you're around level 9 or 10, this is appropriate to probably start fighting enemies in the castle, because they give a stupid amount of runes. If you can kill the Crucible Knights or the Banished Knights and the Elder Lion or whatever you have spawned here, it gives a dummy amount of runes. This should only be taken on when you're prepping for like end game material, so make sure you're going at the right time, but typically at the end of the second night or like nearing its end is when I like to go for the castle. But this can give you some of the best armaments, some of the most runes in the game, and is definitely where the highest rewards are going to be found. Make sure to use your FP sparingly, because you only get it back when you either touch a site of grace or really defeat a boss. I mean, that's pretty much it. So in case you're using a lot of FP, make sure to stack up on passive effects that restore it per hit. There's a lot of weapons that do that, and for more spell-based builds, like maybe for Duchess or Recluse, this is genuinely necessary to have. When you're going for the Churches of America, even if the circle's closing, I tend to be more aggressive when it comes to these. I will actually push into the rain to go and get one, because not only will you get another flask charge, but you'll also, once you touch that, you'll get all of your health restored. And typically it's enough to get back in the safe zone before you're, before you're dead. So this is a good way to get it. And especially if there's any graces along the way, it will top off your health and give you more flasks back. So don't be too afraid to be in the rain. If you need to be aggressive and get another like flask for your charge, this is a good way to stay alive longer. If you see any silver phantom characters in the game, make sure to interact with them. It looks like they're, other NPCs, but they will replenish each other's ults. And this is a really good thing to do either before a boss fight or some kind of major encounter. This can be a really lucky thing to have. It's kind of like the red phantoms giving you loot, but for your ult instead. It's really nice. Every character in the game has a different dodge distance and also different hurt boxes depending on their height. The Recluse has the highest dodge distance in the game, meaning if you are fighting against a Night Lord that requires you to be mobile and move around a lot, specifically there are a few that I'm thinking of, then Recluse or even something like Duchess can be a good idea. Another really crucial tip is to work on field bosses during scrap time as the circle is closing and then come back to them later. For example, if you're running in this lake and you come across one, I'm going to try to get a couple of hits on this mini boss and then go to the safe zone once the rain pushes me in. And then as soon as I beat the night boss and then come back, I'm going to defeat that field boss that will already have its health depleted, right? It's not going to restore after that night. So you can kind of work on it before you need to go do something else and then come back later, making the job easier for yourself. It's just another really good way to maximize your time. You might notice some of these breakable statues around the map, and they'll have this shiny glimmer coming from the cracks. These actually contain loot in them, and they can be broken by either using a big boss's move, like if they hit it, it typically should break, or you can break it much easier on command with Raider's ult. The loot is usually okay. It's typically not anything insane, but if you come across one and you can break it very quickly, you might as well go for it. You might find one of these hooded demons, these gremlins that offer to make a deal. Now, typically, if you get demon cursed, it will reduce some of your health, and you need to actually go to the statue and either give it runes or kill it. Even if it's not cursed me yet, I always end up wanting to kill this thing because it not only gives you a lot of runes for defeating it, it can be a challenging enemy, but you'll also get a free talisman for doing so. It's also just good boss practice if you're going to be fighting Libra later on, so I would definitely recommend this, but destroying these can be a very good way to get some easy mid-game runes. A combat tip is that I would get used to swapping stances and combat abilities during combat. So, for example, if I'm playing Wilders, there are moments where I'm going to want to have my shield out in case I need to parry, but if I'm not going to be able to do that and I just want as much maximum sword damage as possible, I'm typically going to, two-hand my weapon because I'm going to get a little more damage out of it. Now, honestly, in this game, two-handing your weapon doesn't deal that much more damage, and in fact, there are certain weapons where the swing animation is faster one-handed, so technically you're going to get more DPS out of it, even though you're going to get more per swing with your two-handing. Now, that can get really complicated, and honestly doesn't make a huge difference in most cases, but it's something to consider. Just get comfortable swapping between those two different abilities for most characters. Make sure to do these shifting earth raids when you come across them. These are going to progress as you kill more Night Lords, but these typically contain insane amounts of loot and very difficult bosses that are going to give you extreme rewards for completing them. And they also have their own kind of unique legacy dungeons associated with each area, and they are worth going after for their rewards and passive effects. Wending Grace is obviously one of the most important items for solo, but using it effectively is just as important. There are moments in combat when, if you know you're going to die, if you're already low health, it might be worth just taking the death and then using the Wending Grace to revive you instead of maybe burning one of your last flasks, because once you revive with a Wending Grace, it's going to restore you with half health automatically and then fill up the rest of it over a couple of seconds. This is basically a free full health as long as you can survive for a little bit with them, and instead of burning your flask just to then die, this could be a good way to kind of preserve your life a little bit more. And if you're playing solo, you can have up to 3 Wending Graces at once if you get really lucky getting it from a random drop, and then if you buy one from the merchant and then buy one just before the gate at the Night Lord area. Also, get comfortable with world events and encountering mid-game bosses, and especially Martin. If you get invaded by the Fell Omen, this is a really good sign because his ability for defeating him is genuinely overpowered. However, if you die to him, it's going to increase your damage taken for the rest of the game. So become a Margit expert is what I'm trying to tell you. If you're able to defeat him, every new site of grace you encounter will improve your attack power immensely, and you can be insanely overpowered for the Night Lord if you're able to defeat him. And if he invades you in a spot that's unsafe, or if the circle's coming in, you can just run away to safety and then drag him inside the safe zone and deal with him in a much more friendly location, because you don't want to die to him, otherwise it kind of screws your run over. And then finally, definitely optimize your time and work your way from outside to in. This is working with the zones and the natural progression of how the circle closes in and out, and then picking up as much scrap time during both the first and second night. If you're able to do that effectively, you'll know when you feel like you have like an optimized run. When every move is deliberate and you're killing field bosses quickly, generally you want to work from the outside of the map and then slowly push inwards as the circle ends up closing, and eventually it's typically somewhere in the middle or off to the side, but normally you should be able to kill a good handful of field bosses in the second night, or at least do one of these shifting earth raids, and by that point, if you actually manage that, you'll have no problem defeating Night Lords. Now, when it comes to certain Night Lord bosses, be sure to be on the lookout for the boss's elemental weakness stun. It is a unique sound effect that is somewhat different from the actual like stagger sound. If you don't have a weapon that matches the boss's elemental type in your primary hand, I typically like to have just the elemental in my offhand so that I can exploit that window and then use my primary weapon for my, overall damage dealing. This can be really helpful just to, make sure you maximize that vulnerable time window, but also still being able to use your primary weapon, especially if you get like a legendary armament or something like that. Another simple tip for Night Lords is just honestly take your time. A lot of it is learning the boss in co-op. If you're struggling with figuring these out, go into co-op runs and just try to learn the boss's patterns and all of the moves they have, because while they do seem very intimidating, they all have a limited moveset and things they can do, and they all have vulnerabilities you can exploit, but a lot of it is just a learning process. So don't be afraid just to spend a lot of time in a boss and just maximize on trying to heal and tank through things just to learn. And this is where a lot of the weapon passives come in handy, like the successive damage negation or even HP over time, stuff like that. And in Night Lord fights, don't be afraid to sprint if you need to. I know the surge sprint does require a lot of stamina, but you can outspace a lot of these moves by simply sprinting away. Or if you're wilder, you can use your grapple to definitely make some distance and gaps and just completely clear out some moves, because there are a lot of area of effect moves in many Night Lord fights that will pretty much one-shot you. So using sprint to get out of here or something like that is definitely something you need to take advantage of. Anyways, these are a bunch of advanced tips that I've learned with all of my time playing. I've soloed all of the Night Lords at this point, and I've got a lot of experience, and I wanted to give you guys a lot of my results and things that I've learned. So hopefully this did help. Make sure to subscribe if you want more Night Rain content. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll have a lot more stuff coming your way, and I'll see you in the next one. Elden Ring Night Rain is a game that presents many unique challenges, even amongst From Software's lineup, but today I'm going to show you the ultimate guide of everything you need to know about Night Rain. This video is meant to both teach you the basics and have an understanding of the structure and approach you need for the game, but also we're going to give you more advanced tips as the video goes on to make you a very effective team player or an absolute menace in solo if you want to just take on Night Lords by yourself. This video is going to show you how to do both, and I promise you will be very effective at this game by the time you're done with this. I've heard a lot of people saying recently that solo is not a viable way to play in this game, and while I do understand people's problems with this, I don't really agree at all. The more I've been playing this, the more I actually feel that it's actually in a decent spot for solo. At the time of me recording this, the patch has not come out yet, but From Software did announce that they will be making changes next week to make solo a little bit easier, mostly in the form of more rune acquisition. So if you're watching this right now, then solo is going to be a little bit harder than it will be maybe in the very near future, but either way, you can still play multiplayer or you can play by yourself and do just fine. At this point, I've soloed almost every single one of the Night Lords, so I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on this game at the moment, and I'm going to share with you what I've learned. So, okay, so let's start simple. What exactly is Night Rain? It's a little bit different than the base game of Elden Ring, where this is more centered around trying to get to a boss after a couple of nights, and you need to survive 3 nights to face face off against a Night Lord. As soon as you land in this game, your goal is going to be to kill enemies, gather runes, get weapons, and eventually survive the night. At the end of each night, there will be this ring of fire that comes in and constricts the play area that you need to get into inside of a safe zone, and once you get there, eventually you're going to fight off against a boss. So you'll have a couple of these throughout your game, and if you defeat 2 of them successfully on day 1 and 2, you'll be given night 3, which will take you to this gate and eventually face off against the Night Lord. So your only real objective is to survive the night and get as strong as you can. So that sounds easy, but how do you go about doing that? Well, first of all, you'll need to select your character, which you can pick from a total of 8, and don't worry if you're starting the game and don't have access to all of them yet. There will be a couple of characters that you'll unlock a little bit later in the game once you've obtained some items, and then you explore the round table hold a little bit. But this is going to be your safe hub and essentially where you prepare for the next expedition. From here, there's a couple of things you can do to bolster your character. The most important thing is relics. You can see this table, and interacting with it will let you pick different relics, these stones, and build your character to your playstyle. Now, here's the thing, there are a lot of different relics in the game that you'll get through random expeditions, but easily the best one for each character are the ones that you obtain by doing their quest story remembrances. Now, these will be, again, accessed as you play the game a little bit more, so if you don't have them right away, don't sweat it. Your only goal should be to obtain as many of these as you can by continuously doing expeditions, getting as far as you can, and coming back with the relics that you do obtain. But this is essentially how to buff and customize your character from the perspective of their attributes. Now, the question you might be having is, what character is for me and which one do I pick? Well, that's totally up to you, but a couple of things to consider is that Wilder is probably the best beginner character for a lot of reasons, and I especially recommend him in solo. As you get more confident with the mechanics of the game, then I would recommend going and exploring different characters and such, and after you unlock more, perhaps adjusting your playstyle. But all of the characters have not only different passive traits, but they also have different scalings. Now, this is important because this will determine essentially how much damage your weapons do and what kinds of weapons you want to go after. So to keep it very simple, something like Wilder or Raider are very strength oriented, meaning like great swords or axes and big melee weapons of that nature are going to do better for them, where even like Duchess or Recluse or something like that, anything with a high faith or intelligence is going to be more, spell or sorcery based. And while I recommend playing at least 5 or 6 matches with the same character to get a feel for them and an understanding of their abilities, feel free to change at any time over here in the roundtable hold. There will be a knight, and you can swap characters at any moment if you want to go for a different playstyle. And there's certain characters that are more effective against certain Night Lords, but really you can play whoever you want mostly at the end of the day. But your first expedition is going to be against Gladius, and this is the 3-headed dog that you see here. Now, everyone is going to start with this boss, but to get here, I'm going to show you kind of the basics of Limveld and how to have an optimized run, whether you're playing co-op or solo. The world might feel a little bit overwhelming at first, but a lot of this game is determining what is worthy to spend your time on and what is not, because ultimately this game is about time management and efficiency. So if you can kill bosses and other enemies very rapidly, you're going to get better as you go on. That's kind of just a fact of it. So just play a couple of games and try to work on your efficiency. But to give you a little bit of an introduction to the world, Limveld is easily traversable. There's no fall damage. You can sprint. You can use these spirit streams to go fast distances, whether up or, just trying to go forward. These are very good for getting around. This might sound like a silly tip, but honestly, just get comfortable with moving around because you're going to be doing it a lot in this game, and that's kind of what it's all about. So once you spawn in Limveld, you're going to have a site of grace near you, and then you're always going to have some kind of small encampment or little group of enemies to kill. This is very important because going from level 1 to 2 basically doubles all of your stats. So spend the moment your feet touch the ground, spend the next minute or so trying to kill all the enemies in this area, and then immediately go to the site of grace to level up to 2. Once you've done that, you can kind of start expanding out a little bit and picking and choosing what you go for. Now, there are a couple of options from this point. You can either go for these dungeons, you can go for caves, you can go for these churches, or you can go for encampments. If you're still early in the game, I'm going to recommend that you go after these churches because they typically have fairly easy bosses. Either you'll walk into one of these churches and you're going to have a golem, which you can very easily dispatch, or if there's a hole in the floor here, you can just drop down through, and then inside of this dungeon will be a boss waiting for you. It's pretty much always in these two different configurations, right? And you're going to get some kind of like magic rewards and also a bunch of runes for beating this boss. I would make that your priority, but the other enemies aren't worthless. Killing these smaller enemies is actually important for picking up a small amount of runes, which can be the difference between 1 or 2 levels, so I would definitely do it. In the early game, when you're only level 2 or 3, I would stay away from things like encampments because you're not quite strong enough for them just yet. I mean, you can do it if you want to, but it's not advised. I would also stay far away from things like field bosses. It might be very enticing to try to kill that tree sentinel that's right next to your initial site of grace, but I promise you, if you're a low level, it's not worth your time. We can come back later. Focus on these ruins, focus on these churches. Matter of fact, the ruins not only have a boss that you can get for rewards, but keep on a lookout for an illusory floor, which leads to an additional cave full of rewards. So these are also very easy to farm in the early game. I would make these things your priority, and I would try to go to at least one fortress. These can usually be accessed from an underground door, and then once you kind of go through and up, once you get the reward of this area, you'll typically be given a stone sword key, which if you're playing solo, definitely keep in the early game, but if you're playing co-op, make sure at least one person has it because they are very crucial to having an optimized run. But get yourself a stone sword key very early on, and maybe let's say you're around level 3 or 4 right now, your first night still hasn't hit yet. You want to finish as many of these little objectives as possible and try to get to level 5 before you get the message that says the night is closing in. Now, before we talk about what to do on your first night, we need to talk about the weapons and abilities that you should be picking up. If you're playing solo, this is a little bit easier because you don't need to coordinate with other people on your team to make sure their builds are optimized. But let's start from a solo perspective where you're killing some of these bosses and then you get this reward and you get given an option of what to pick. Ideally, you want to pick better weapons. Here, the thing though to consider with weapons is that it's not like normal Elden Ring where it's just whatever's in your hand takes effect. There are weapons with passive abilities that as long as they're in your inventory, they are active. So you want to be in the habit of picking up weapons off the ground and, stacking passive abilities that are relevant and unique to you. However, there are a couple of passive abilities that only are in effect if you are holding the weapon, and that can be seen by this hand icon. So just look out for that here. Sometimes those are good, but most of the time, these passive abilities are just going on at all times. So stack up on weapons, but you want your primary weapon to be ideally what is dealing the most damage and or has a good status effect. In the case of solo, if you're playing Wilder, for example, if you come across a greatsword that has a passive bleed buildup and does holy damage, that's probably a pretty good weapon. And it's also worth considering that the rarity of your weapon does matter, but honestly, a weapon with better status effects is probably a better choice than a higher rarity weapon that isn't as relevant for your build. And again, as long as they have good passive effects, it's worth hanging on to them even if you never use them at all, if they're just in your inventory. Now, speaking of weapons and elemental damage, when it comes to the Night Lord you selected, you can see their elemental weakness that is shown by this icon right next to them. And for example, the 3-headed starting boss is weak to holy, so any kind of weapon that deals holy damage that you can see up here in your status effects is going to be significantly more effective. You'll deal more damage and have more opportunities to stagger the boss. So if you're playing solo, definitely have whatever weapon is coordinate to the boss's weakness, as it will make a massive difference. In co-op, if every single one of your teammates has that status effect, it's pretty easy to shut that boss down pretty quickly, but ideally, not everybody's going to have it just in a realistic run, maybe only 1 or 2. But either way, that's something you should strive for. So once you kind of understand the basics of weapons and getting better ones, now we can move on to your first night. What's going to happen is eventually the circle will close in, and you're going to have this white safe zone, and inside of this is going to be first a small group of enemies that spawn, and these are somewhat randomized depending on the Night Lord you're going after, so just keep that in mind. If you're playing the same boss over and over again, you're going to get the same mini bosses again and again. But you just need to work on killing and defeating all of these things. You'll fight off against your main boss of that night, and if you successfully defeat them, then the night will leave, the actual ring of fire will go away, and you'll have access to the map once again. After you've defeated your first night boss, this is where I like to start planning my my route for getting these different churches of America. So these are very important other activities besides going and farming, you know, dungeons and ruins and things like that. You want to be going after these churches because these replenish your flask tiers, and they're typically pretty spread out across the map. So you can either do it after your first night or sometimes from the beginning of the game, planning your route to get as many of these churches as possible, because these will give you extra healing charges. That is insanely important, especially in solo. In addition to that, what you do immediately after the first night might be the most crucial aspects to the game. And what I like to do besides going after the churches of America is also start dealing with field bosses and using Everjails with my Stone Sword key that I got. Sometimes you won't have a key, but if you do, you can go up to these Everjails to spawn in a boss, and if you can quickly dispatch them, go ahead and do it, because you'll get a ton of runes and great rewards that puts you even farther ahead of the curve. And at this point as well, assuming you're leveled up to around 7, 8, or maybe even 9, now is when you can start dealing with these field bosses, which are shown by this red skull icon on the map. These can be almost anything at any time, so just be mindful of maybe what you're familiar with killing or what seems easy for you or even your build, but dealing with field bosses is a great way to farm lots of runes and great rewards. Killing as many field bosses as quickly as you can is honestly the key to getting like late game level and setup, and after maybe killing 1 or 2 of these, you should be around level 9 or 10, maybe even 11 if you can manage it, and if so, that's great. Other than if you're trying to get a specific elemental weapon type to deal with the boss, you can pretty much start ignoring these encampments or dungeons or ruins or whatever they are. Once you're in the second day, these kind of become irrelevant, or you can kill them if they're along the way, but I would definitely spend your time focusing on the field bosses, because they're going to net you much better rewards and far better runes. Anyways, the same thing from the first day is eventually going to happen on the second day, where you're going to get a warning saying that the night begins to close in, and same thing, it's going to push you towards a safe white tree at some point in the map. Now here's a little tip I do recommend. Throughout your entire journey, I recommend doing the outermost portions of the map first. As the game goes on, think about working your way in instead of out, because if you start on the outermost portions of the map, as the circle begins to close, you're going to have more time to do small little things or kill little groups of enemies along the way while you're running inside the center, if that makes sense. Save all the stuff in the middle for the last minute possible, because that's when you'll have the most amount of time to deal with that stuff. Do all of the most important outermost edge stuff first, which is typically the churches of America and or field bosses, and once you've done that, the circle will inevitably begin to close in again. But this is your last chance to do anything remaining that you want to get done before you get trapped once more. So this is your last call to do any dungeons or try to get any rewards before the final finale. So to prepare for your second night, here's where a couple of interesting tips come in. First of all, you want to understand what items work and which ones are worth taking. Now, obviously, most of them are pretty self-explanatory, or you probably know what they do if you've played Elden Ring at all. But some of the best things to have in Night Rain specifically, and definitely if you're playing solo, are a few key things. Firstly are warming stones. These are stones that you can place on the ground that give off a radius of healing, and this is either for you or your teammates, and this is essentially your only other real way to heal if you don't have more flasks, so these are worth keeping around. Another thing that's great is Exalted Flesh. This boosts your physical damage output, which is really nice. I really enjoy having these. You can never go wrong with them, and the boiled prawn or crab will reduce the damage you take momentarily, so that's also just a really good all-around one to have as well. A lot of the items you're going to come across are a bit situational, so for example, some of these bulbuses are like, you know, resistant to certain status effects and whatnot. You don't always need those at any given time, but perhaps the most important item you can have on your person, only if you're playing solo, are these Wending Graces. You can buy one of these from a merchant, or you can buy one just before you go and fight the Night Lord, and very rarely you can get them as a reward for killing a boss, but hang on to these because these are self-revives for your game, and these are only effective if you're playing solo, but they're definitely the best thing in the game by far. You might notice that there's a space in between your weapon equipment and your items at the bottom, and these two are for your talismans. Now, killing any scarabs in the game will give you a talisman, and you can even get them by clearing castles and finding them out of chests. But really, the more efficient way to do is to kill scarabs, and you can do this pretty easily, and you'll get given a couple of different talismans. These will provide solid buffs. You don't necessarily always always need to have them for every single game. I've played plenty of matches without any talismans at all, but if you see a scarab, it's definitely worth going out of your way to kill these to get their rewards. As the circle begins to close in on your second night, you really want to focus on killing as many physical enemies as possible. Like, optimize every second to gather as many runes as possible to level up as many times as you can. If you're playing really efficient, you can actually be around level 10 or maybe even 11 or even 12 if you kill enough field bosses, but 10 is going to be plenty fine for just dealing with the second night. Once again, Limveld is set up to be very traversable, and it's not like Elden Ring where if you hit a wall, you're kind of just screwed. Like, you can jump over these, again, use these spirit streams to go high and far. Like, these are probably your best friend in terms of transportation, so really try to optimize every second you have before you need to get to the safe zone, because the efficiency will repay you in the end. But eventually, the circle is going to constrict once more, and you're going to have a second wave of nighttime enemies. These are going to be by far the toughest you face so far. You'll have your initial wave of a smaller group, and then you'll have your last major big boss. Now, sometimes you can get really unlucky and have, a damage type that doesn't really affect the boss at all, and those runs can kind of suck, or you can get extremely lucky and have the exact vulnerability to the main boss you're fighting. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. There is a little bit of RNG to this game. To some degree, your runs are going to be randomized, and that's kind of just how it goes. Tips for dealing with the second nighttime boss: it's obviously a bit situational depending on who you get, but another thing is that your character's general abilities can work together. If you're playing co-op, you can use things in tandem with one another to bolster the effects of the other. But if you're playing solo, I really like Wilder's ultimate because it does a lot of damage and a ton of stance, leading to potential breaks very often. And I like to pop mine pretty much in the beginning so I can spend the rest of the boss fight trying to get it back and use it a second time. This is a very effective way to just output a lot of guaranteed damage and get critical hits. Because another thing is that this ultimate, or rather all of the ultimates in the game, have a period of invulnerability, so you can use them during a giant attack from the boss, or just simply use it to stagger them. Now, I also want to clear up some questions a couple people had about bosses. It's not just objectively better playing co-op, because the thing you have to consider is that boss health scales per player, meaning in solo, you're going to be ideally doing more damage per player than, against a 3-player scaled boss. Now, obviously, you can have 3 people and still deal with bosses quite effectively, but their health is going to be 3 times higher. A slightly more advanced tip is that, in my opinion, it's worth offhanding a second weapon that has a status effect buildup, so something like Scarlet Rot or maybe even Poison. Put that in your other hand, and you can try to proc it on the boss, because all of these status effects in this game scale with Arcane, where a lot of them do not in the base game of Elden Ring, including Scarlet Rot, which is an exceptionally good status effect in this game to have on a weapon. That will, to some degree, depend on your character's ability of Arcane. Like, the Executioner is particularly good at proccing status effects. It's kind of what they're for, but even if you just have any other enemy, you can still reliably do this. If you manage to defeat the second night boss, then you will no longer have access to Limveld. All that's left is to pick up your reward and then go to the spirit shelter. And upon arriving here, there's going to be this smithing table that you can use to upgrade your weapons if you want, and there's also going to be a merchant. And if you're playing solo, I recommend the first thing you do in here is buy your Wending Grace before you level up. Make sure you get one of these if you're playing by yourself. If you're playing co-op, these will not be available for you, but this is your last chance to stock up before the Night Lord fight. And then you can also come over here to this grace to use your last bit of runes you got from that second night to finally level up again. If at this point you're sitting anywhere from level 10 to 12, then you're in good shape and you're fully prepared for this boss fight. Ideally, you want to be 11 or 12. That's probably the best case scenario, but either way, you're going to walk up to this door and you're going to enter the Night Lord boss fight. At this point, it's really dependent on the Night Lord that you choose to face itself, but I'm just going to show you Gladius here. There's plenty of other ones that have different gimmicks, different movesets, and so on, and you're either going to win or lose here. If you die, you're still going to get some relics to bring back to the round table hold and try again. But since everybody's starting here, I'm going to give you a couple of tips for Gladius, which is everybody's first boss. First and foremost, the most important thing is a holy damage weapon. As stated earlier, this will give you more damage and better stagger opportunities, which will give you a unique sound effect when you know that you've triggered them. But for Gladius specifically, if you're playing this solo, a couple of interesting things to note is that despite this move where he will split into 3 different dogs, typically they will only target you one at a time. So you can kind of focus the one that is being aggro on you at that moment and just work on avoiding them. Eventually, you will need to deal with all of them, but for the most point, you can kind of just run away from these and pick your opportunities to punish when they come. But don't worry about fighting all three at once. In co-op, they're all a little bit more aggressive, but in solo, you pretty much only need to think about dealing with enemies one at a time. That's not just for the main boss, that's for the entire game as well. Another thing is that getting under Gladius and kind of behind them is the best and safest way to be. Now, obviously, he'll be moving around a lot, so that's not always possible, but you can get some pretty reliable punishes if you're kind of off to the left or right side and mostly behind them. It might take you a couple of tries, but honestly, I recommend going into co-op just to play against the boss and try to learn it before you take it on solo. If you're confident that you can beat it, then go right ahead, but the bosses are definitely, they require a bit of learning because they will have moves that will surprise you and things that will come out of nowhere that you'll need to know about and you probably just won't get from the first time around. But either way, people shouldn't have that hard of a time beating Gladius after a couple of tries, but whether you win or lose, you're going to get relics and your character will get stronger and you'll have more options to customize yourself before going after another run. And also, not to mention, after you defeat more Night Lords and beat some bosses, you're going to get more story moments to prepare the quest. That's a whole other thing on its own, but that's essentially how to get some of the best relics for your character. But for now, just worry about defeating bosses. I just wanted to make a very simple to follow beginner's guide for this game, and I'm going to have many more videos in the future with much more advanced tips for players who are more experienced and who really want to sink their teeth into this game and get a lot better. So be on the lookout for those. Make sure to subscribe for those videos coming soon. Either way, I just want to say don't give up either. This game can be frustrating, but it's not impossible, and you can do it. You will feel very satisfied when you actually overcome one of those Night Lords. So good luck to you. Enjoy Limfeld, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace out.
So playing with randoms in Elden Ring Night Rain can be quite difficult, but actually it doesn't have to be. Today I'm going to show you some tips and tricks that you might want to know along the way that will drastically improve your experience, get you much stronger, and as a result give you much higher chances to successfully end the day with a win. First things first, before you jump into another expedition, I highly recommend having at least one of these relics with you, the ones that actually change the status effect of your starting armament. In this case, I highly recommend going with the bleed or the frost variants, as that's going to make your starting weapon actually have the extra build up and get quite a lot of extra damage literally from the moment you spawn in. So very helpful even if you do end up replacing that with a different weapon later on in the cycle. Now, if for some reason you don't have any of those relics, what you can do is further try your luck at the Jar Bazaar as well and basically buy scenic flatstones so that you can get random relics out of them. They cost 600 merc points each, but it's another chance for you to actually get the relics that you need with those status effects. You can even use a save scumming farming method with this, like backing up your save and then constantly repeating this until you get the relics. It's not completely needed, but I just wanted to let you know that that is actually something you can do. Now, the moment you drop into another expedition, the two next things I recommend focusing on are as follows. One is to prioritize getting at least one, but preferably 2 churches right from the first day, as that's going to give you 2 extra potions which can help a ton with survivability. And second of all, and what I like doing in multiplayer, is to focus exclusively on just boss encounters, not even paying attention too much to trash mobs unless I can clear them out at the same time. Reason being is because if you move in as a group, it really takes no time to actually defeat these bosses, especially the ones around smaller ruins and smaller castles that I highly recommend starting with from early on, as they give thousands of XP, pretty much the equivalent of having to fight a whole group of regular trash mobs. But besides the XP, another important aspect is that you also get access to a lot more dormant powers, and this is where it's at. You really want those because you get all the extra powers, all the extra buffs, and potentially also a lot more weapons to shift through, some of which definitely may be way stronger than the one you actually start with at the beginning. So totally try it this way, see how it goes. Typically 9 times out of 10 for me, this is the best route to pick off. This also brings us to tip number 3, and chances are that you notice that a lot of these enemy places have specific status effect icons over them. So what that means basically is that defeating the boss in that area will drop a weapon with that power on. So for example, if you go in locations with, let's just say, fire or holy damage, you're going to get a weapon that actually features that type of damage. But it also goes the same with frost, bleed, as you will see them appearing on the map. And the reason these are important is because every third day boss encounter will be weak to a specific element. So for example, if you take a note of their weaknesses right here in the expedition screen before you actually jump in, you will see that many of them are weak to fire, for example, or holy damage, or even madness buildup. So ensuring that you get a weapon with that affinity is very important, as that's going to boost up your damage against that boss and make your run have higher chances at being successful. And speaking of getting extra powers, at number 4, do not discard these weapons that have the red hand icon on one of the passives. You can actually have that active, guess what, by just equipping it in the other hand. So let me give you an example with this great horn hammer that I have that randomly dropped on my ranger. It's not a weapon I'm planning to use, but it has the storm of red lightning effect that triggers randomly when walking. And right now you see that red icon appearing over it, which means it's not active. To make it active, what we have to do is, you guessed it, put it in the other hand. That's basically it. As you can see right here, it pretty much turned white, which means that effect is now active. But there's another thing to it. You don't even need to have that wielded in your hand to actually have its effect triggered. Like for example, I can just dual hand my primary weapon, which is the bow in this case, and you will still see that storm, the red lightning spawning, even if technically the weapon is actually on my character's back. And there are so many strong effects like these that you may be missing out on. Some of them may heal you on every hit, others may provide extra sources of damage, others may spawn different types of spells randomly. So just having them in the offhand, it doesn't matter which is your primary hand, as long as you have it equipped in the other hand that you're not using, you're going to get that effect out of it. But moving on to number 5, another thing you should definitely make a priority out of in every single run is to visit one of the mines at the very least. One will suffice, but make it so that your route eventually brings you to one of them, as if you defeat the boss inside, you're going to get a smithing stone level 2 out of it, which is how you're going to upgrade a rare weapon to epic quality. So in this case, let's say for example, you're super unlucky with some of the dormant power drops and don't get any good weapon upgrades, you can actually use your existing weapons but promote them eventually to epic quality with the smithing stone tool that you get out of one of the mines. One is going to be more than enough over here. Now moving on to number 7, if you want to power boost even quicker and get a lot more XP and dormant powers, one of the best areas, assuming you don't have others, is this massive castle typically in the center of the map. This is by far the most condensed area when it comes to the number of available bosses. So we have anywhere between 3 to 4 of these troll bosses, and then we also have 2 more, one beneath the castle in the sewers and another one on the rooftop, and every single one of them will provide dormant powers, plus there's also a chest once you defeat the one in the sewer that also has another extra dormant power. So that's 7 dormant powers that you can get within the span of just a few minutes, plus all of the extra XP if you're successful. But there's another reason why you may want to visit this location if you don't have an alternative, and that is because it's always going to spawn the merchant on one of its sides. So for example, if you reach this point and didn't get a chance to have a better weapon than your starting armament, what you can do is just buy a level 1 smithing stone and then promote your starting weapon. It's only 6.5k for one of those smithing stones, so it's actually quite easy, but you get a lot of damage. And in case you previously went to a mine, you can also then immediately upgrade that to epic and have a whole bunch of damage. Like, I'm pretty sure it's almost double the amount it normally has by default when you first start. And from this point on, it's just rinse and repeat. Again, also try to get 1 or 2 churches in the second day on your route so that you have at least 1 or 2 more extra of those healing potions. Typically, I end up in the 3rd day with about 6-7 of those potions if I'm lucky enough with all of the church areas. So this is basically what's going to at least put you in a position where you're going to have much higher chances of succeeding against the final boss encounter. Second day also makes the field bosses much more easily visible on the map. They are much stronger, but you can go ahead and immediately farm them and take them down similarly. A lot of them will actually have a chance to drop epic quality loot, so in this case you can definitely get some good upgrades going. Now moving on to number 9, another special kind of power that you can pay attention to is the one provided by the Shifting Earth events. Basically, the moment you defeat the very first expedition and unlock the rest, you're going to have a chance for your next map to randomly spawn between the next 4 shifting events, some of which you've already seen. So one includes that the lava crater, but there's also a frost mountaintop, there's also the rotted woods, and finally the shrouded city, all of which actually have a very important, let's just say, buff, but it's also an achievement actually that you will typically see with that red icon, a very bright red icon that appears somewhere around the middle section of it. So if you go ahead and claim it, you're going to get some special powers. So let me show you what you get. In the case of the crater version, for which you're going to have to go all the way at the bottom, so that's pretty much the lowest level of it, you're going to get the power to upgrade one of your weapons to the legendaries. Then for the mountaintops, you're going to have one that gives you a massive boost in your frost damage resistance and also lets you deal more damage against dragons. And given that this area spawns a lot of dragons that deal frost damage, it just makes it much easier for you to farm them and get a whole bunch of XP. Plus even more legendaries, because these are very tough encounters. Then the one in the Scarlet Forest, which is one of my favorites in my opinion. This is one that nullifies the Scarlet Rods, increases your max HP, but it also gives you this temporary HP bar if you get hit. So for example, while that effect is still on your HP bar, if you attack the target back, you can regenerate a part of that HP that you just lost. So it's pretty much another way to regenerate some of your HP without consuming any potions. There's technically also a fourth one, which is the Hidden City. Now, I didn't get a chance to get it just yet, but just so you know, that one lets you revive once in battle. We also have a bunch of consumables that do something similar. However, what you should know is that you can actually switch in between the Shifting Earth and try your luck with the next one by just sleeping in the waiting room. And upon resting, you're going to notice this new prompt here, Shifting Earth has settled. So you're going to have different ones appearing if you want to go with this route. And finally, this brings us to number 10, and in case you didn't notice, there's actually a story over here that you can follow for every single one of the 8 characters. In fact, you can even unlock 2 of the extra characters from here and also get extra bonuses for them, like better chalices, so that you can slot in even better types or better combinations of relics for them. So in this case, every time you're back at the round table hold, go ahead and pay attention to the journal, and specifically if you see any remembrance that you can play into, go ahead and do so with that character, because this is also how you're going to unlock extra sections at the round table hold, and even many of the objectives will bring you back to Limveld. So if you follow that story progression, the next time you're in Limveld, you can also complete the expedition, but also that extra objective, which you're now going to see on the map with distinctive icons. For example, I had one for the Wilder right here, in which I had to recuperate one of the whetstones in some random mine I was planning on visiting anyway. So this is like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Other times, and with different characters, you may have objectives such as taking down specific targets on the map, also marked of course for you to see, which can drop different items that you need for that story progression. And while we're on that subject, there are 2 classes over here that normally don't get unlocked by default, which is of course the Duchess as well as the Revenant. So in this case, it's actually very easy to unlock the first one. If you just go ahead into your first expedition, you should already have a very high chance to see this random old pocket watch dropping for you. You're going to see it at the end of the expedition if that's the case, or in your inventory. But what you have to do is just go with it at the Hooded Lady back at the round table hold and agree to give it in. This is not going to remove it from your inventory, it's just going to unlock the Duchess for you, and now you can have that equipped on her or on other characters. Meanwhile, for the Revenant, assuming that you unlock the Duchess already, the only thing you have to do is to purchase that besmirched frame that now appeared over at the Jar Bazaar. It's about 1500 merc points, but essentially this is going to now open up a new encounter over here at the round table hold. So go ahead, interact with the ghost, and you're going to have an encounter against the Revenant plus 3 of its summons. In this case, if you can, focus on her. If you defeat her, her summoners will also despawn. But this is pretty much it with the video. Thanks much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. There are 8 heroes in Elden Ring Night Reign. Which one you pick in your next one can have a big impact on your party synergy. And while you're heavily encouraged to try them all, it's important to know all of their strengths and weaknesses before jumping in. So today, we're taking a look at all of the classes to make your decision that much easier. And also, because the game is just around the corner, I'm starting another giveaway for a copy of Elden Ring Night Reign on all platforms. You just have to make sure that you're sub to the channel and comment below if you want to give it a shot. The Wilder is the quintessential jack-of-all-trades warrior in Elden Ring Night Reign. A well-balanced and versatile class, and one of my most played during the stress test, it's an excellent starting hero for all newcomers due to its adaptability and relatively forgiving mechanics. Its main skill is the claw shot, a grappling hook that can rope smaller foes in or pull you towards larger enemies as well as terrain, meaning it's effective both at breaking an enemy's guard when needed as well as providing an excellent tool for extra mobility. Its ultimate art is called Onslaught Stake. This is a highly devastating ability that launches an iron stake, causing a great explosion before reeling in the Wilder. This skill can be charged for even greater impact, as well as preserving a portion of the ultimate art gauge by holding down the input for longer. For the passive, Wilder features a cheat death mechanic called Sixth Sense, a crucial survivability tool. As the name implies, this lets your character survive a blow that's otherwise fatal once. However, this effect does reset upon resting at a site of grace or when getting revived by an ally, which means it can provide a valuable safety net when things don't go as expected. In terms of starting weapons, the Wilder gets a great sword with the stamped upward cut Ashen of War, as well as a small shield with the parry by default, but like in the case of every other classes, this is something that you can swap out with more weapons as you progress in the daily cycle. And finally, this is the stat progression from level 1. As you can see, this further emphasizes the hero's balanced nature, reflected by the steady all-around increase in stats as you level up. The Guardian fits the unyielding protector role in Elden Ring Night Reign. A giant eagle-like humanoid clad in heavy plated armor, this class embodies the primary tank archetype within Night Reign's daily cycle. Skilled in both offense and defense, it soars through the sky with great dexterity, crashing down with overwhelming force, while also having the power to provide protective buffs and even resurrect fallen allies. Its primary skill is the Whirlwind. Using its wing, the Guardian can whip up a churning cyclone that draws in enemies towards its center, while also sweeping away any lightweight projectiles. Holding the input enlarges the range even more, providing even more damage and even lifting smaller enemies off the ground. Meanwhile, the ultimate art is Wings of Salvation. This lets you leap high into the sky before diving back down, which also creates a protective area upon impact. This attack damages and heavily staggers enemies, while also instantly reviving any downed teammates within its radius. Additionally, holding down the input can further provide a shield to nearby allies for more incoming damage protection. As far as the passives go, we have the Steel Guard. Holding up your shield becomes stronger than with other classes, and while you're unable to run doing it, this is going to be great as it provides a huge guard boost, letting you tank even more damage. Your starting weapons here include the Guardian's Halberd, which has the Ash of War charged forth, as well as the Great Shield, which includes the Shield Bash Ash of War, meaning you can start with a Shield Poke strat right away, which might be a bit slower than other options, but will provide lots of safety. As far as stats go, you can see right here that the Guardian starts with some of the highest HP, as well as very good stamina levels, something that continuously increases all the way to level 15. Then we have the Duchess. Regarded as the roguish noble archetype, this fast and nimble warrior specializes in high bursts of damage. Offering a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, Duchess uses the Bloodborne quick-step dodge instead of the typical standard roll, with a big emphasis on backstabs and extra party-wide stealth. Its character skill is called Restage, a particularly devastating ability. Restage can reapply all of the damage as well as status effect dealt onto the target over the last few seconds, including damage inflicted by your own teammates. Meaning when timed just right, you can unleash massive amounts of damage on your target or even stagger it much quicker. Your ultimate art here is called Finale. This cloaks you and your surrounding allies in invisibility for around 10 seconds, allowing you to move in without a trace. This also causes enemies to completely lose track of you, which means it's not just great at sneaking around, but also at avoiding some of the nasty boss phases altogether, including spells that normally auto-track you. As far as passives go, we have the Magnificent Poise. This is the cornerstone of her survivability as well as aggressive playstyle. So this enables you to remain highly mobile through the rapid quick steps, letting you maintain offensive pressure for much longer. Now in terms of weapons, we have the Duchess's Dagger. This comes with the Ash of War Magic Dagger, which buffs your weapon with magic damage while attacking, proving to be a very high damage useful tool quite early on. As far as stats go, Duchess's starting attributes favor agility and skill usage rather than survivability. As such, she starts with some of the lowest HP values at level 1, but also good amounts of FP, which only increase as you level up. Now you can think of the Recluse as the mage class of Elden Ring Night Reign. Fitting the spellcaster role, the Recluse possesses immense arcane power and a unique power synergy playstyle that comes all at the cost of physical durability. A glass cannon of sorts, if you will. Its main ability is called Magic Cocktail. Instead of a preset number of spells, this class features a unique spell crafting system. So by absorbing different elemental residues provided by its own or its ally skills, the Recluse can combine these into highly potent and highly diverse magical attacks, from super devastating spells all the way to party-wide healing sorceries. Think of it as Invoker from Dota 2. Then we have the ultimate art, Soul Blood Song, which fits a more support-oriented role. With a more limited range, this spell debuffs enemies by making them take increased damage while simultaneously providing HP and FP sustain for everybody who attacks these branded foes. In the stress test, this proved to be consistently one of the biggest life saviors, especially when I played with randoms. For the passive, we have Elemental Defense, further synergizing with the Magic Cocktail mechanic. This is the primary method the Recluse regenerates FP. Given the limited resources of FP restoration, this lets you replenish mana every time you collect elemental residues off your targets. Your level 1 weapons include the Recluse Staff, which is a catalyst for casting sorceries, beginning with the Glintstone Pebble and the Glintstone Arc sorceries memorized by default. Obviously, you will get to unlock other staves later on that can be pre-equipped with vastly different starting sorceries. As far as stats go, the Recluse starts with the lowest HP in the game at level 1, even lower than the Duchess at just 140. And while that remains the case even at the highest level, its FP is some of the highest by default, further emphasizing its spellcaster playstyle. Iron Eye is our established core archer class of Elden Ring Night Reign. A highly athletic hero, it fully leverages the reworked bow mechanics that significantly enhance archery's viability with greater firing speed, quicker movement while aiming and shooting, as well as no longer needing any consumable arrows. If you prefer attacking from safe distances using a bow while also being able to support your team, this is the class for you. Iron Eye's core mechanic skill is called Marking. Amazing for its mobility, this lets you quickly stab and mark your enemy with a temporary weak point, inflicting damage on said weak point, then destroys it, further staggering the target as a result. But there are ways to extend its duration as well. Then we have Single Shot as the ultimate art, a powerful supersonic arrow that ignores any defense while it pierces through all enemies and obstacles in a straight path. Not only is this highly effective at clearing heaps of enemies in one go, during its charge up it also provides an invulnerability window for your hero. Meanwhile, the passive here is called Eagle Eye, which provides a great benefit to both you and your party. It increases both the quality and the rarity of loot drops that you and your allies get from defeating enemies. As far as starting weapons go, you begin with the Iron Eye Bow, which comes with the Mighty Shot Ash of War by default, meaning you get another excellent way to poise break enemies, increase your damage, and likely also make status application quicker. No official info on the starting stats just yet, though I'm expecting it to feature lower starting HP values given its safety playstyle, while possibly having increased levels of stamina and possibly FP. Now, if playing as an unstoppable berserker or barbarian is what you're looking for, then Raider is the class for you in Elden Ring Night Rain. A savage combatant who favors enormous double-handed weapons, this DPS/tank hybrid can use the damage received from his foes to empower its attacks and dish out significant physical punishment. This is achieved through the passive called Fighter's Resolve. As you take damage, this is going to boost your Retaliate skill potency, and as a result, the Raider cannot be knocked down while using Retaliate. This enables its core skill Retaliate to become even more potent. As you assume an attack stance, you pummel your enemies with your own two fists. This posture not only reduces incoming damage, it also causes even larger enemies to recoil, plus you cannot be knocked down when coupled with the Fighter's Resolve. Our ultimate art here is called Totem Stella. This summons a giant tombstone from the very earth beneath your feet, not only providing shelter, but also letting you and your teams to strategically use an on-demand platform when high ground or damage avoidance is needed. As far as starting weapons go, we have Raider's Great Axe, a colossal weapon that deals both physical as well as fire damage, and even comes with the Ash of War Endure, which further allows powering through even more attacks. Stats haven't been officially disclosed just yet, but it's possible that this is yet another high HP class right from the very start. Executor is the 7th class revealed in Elden Ring Night Rain and is heavily inspired by the combat mechanics of Sekiro. Wielding a katana and excelling in close quarters combat, this hero focuses on precise parries and deflections. Just like in Sekiro, this kind of playstyle, while hard to master, offers high potential rewards. The Executor provides a very powerful playstyle enabled by its character skill, Cursed Sword, in combination with the Unyielding Spirit passive. With the active skill, you can swap out to a special sword that enables attack deflections, execute quicker successive attacks, or even deal damage with a wide lunging attack. In fact, each successive deflection can further power up your blade even more as the outer layer progressively gets chipped, exposing a glowing inner blade. On the other hand, its ultimate art uses the aspect of the Crucible powers to transform into a giant beast, which provides a completely new set of melee attacks, slashes, and even a devastating ground stomp. Of all the heroes revealed so far, this is by far the most unique in terms of its playstyle, so it's no wonder how quickly it rises as a fan favorite following the recent gameplay reveals. The Executor's starting weapon is also the katana, one of the strongest weapon classes in Elden Ring, with the new playstyle over here fitting perfectly for all of you who want to put your skills to the test. And finally, Revenant is the 8th and final class so far announced in Elden Ring Night Rain. While the current information is limited, it's supposedly going to be available at launch, and if that's the case, we should see a gameplay trailer of her within the next few days. There's surprisingly quite a bit of info about it online too, though it's also the only class not present at all in the recent breakdown trailer footage with the character selection screen. But from the info we gathered so far, this seems to fit a summoner type hero role with abilities revolved around spirit ashes similar to those of the original Elden Ring, but as a core class mechanic. Likely fitting a more support-oriented role, rumors have it that Revenants feature a lyre or a harp as a summoning catalyst. As someone who enjoys classes that feature the Necromancer theme, this is a class I'm personally looking forward to. While slightly concerned about the summon's AI during the more hectic boss fights, I think minions have the chance to provide a unique benefit, especially in clutch situations or when the party didn't play completely optimally. But that being said, only a few days to go until Night Rain drops, and on that note, let me know down below which classes are you planning to start with first. Also, if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to comment, like, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
If your team needs damage, look no further than Recluse. With S ranking, both faith and intelligence, they can use sorceries and incantations at full strength, allowing them to capitalize any magical armaments they find run. And if a Night Lord is weak to holy, lightning, magic, or fire, then the Recluse's ability will only push that advantage even further. This ability, Magic Cocktail, absorbs an affinity from a target recently hit by either fire or lightning or magic damage. Absorbing gives you FP, but more importantly, it fills one of 3 orbs on your ability icon. Combine 3 and you can unleash an attack, carries the elements that you absorb most of the time. There are 14 unique magic cocktails that you can craft, and the most important rule to remember with these is that 1. These abilities are generally stronger the more variety of elements that you combine, and 2. If it's an attack, it will generally hit the target if you're standing at close to melee range, no matter what it is. So, with this information, you can kind of use Recluse's ability without really remembering which combinations do what. But a few minutes will go over each combination because understanding these deeply is what will separate a decent Recluse from a great one. Her ultimate Soul Blood Song brands nearby enemies to restore HP and FP on him for the entire team. For the Recluse, magic attacks generally seem to double the amount they cost as a replenishment, so you can go net positive while attacking during the ultimate, provided your spells hit the target. It also does a little bit of damage in the area around you, and it's just enough damage to revive a teammate with 1 bar of their death gauge filled. As for powerful strategies, anything that increases your magic damage is great with Recluse, and because you have an inbuilt way to regain FP, you don't have to worry about efficiency quite as much as you do with the Revenant or the Duchess. Also, with any spellcaster, unless you want a Great Shield in one hand, you're also going to generally want a spellcasting item in your left and right hand. Spells are now cast with L1 and L2, and R1 and R2 respectively, so dual wielding gives you access to 4 spells at any one moment. If possible, try to get at least one spell, like Carrion Slicer, that's FP efficient, and you'll probably also want something that's FP inefficient, that does a lot of damage, because that will serve you well against the Night Lords when you're just crushing Starlight Shards. To attack most efficiently, though, you can try to weave your ability with your spells. Many spells have startup animations, but these startup animations are skipped if you chain your spellcasting after residue collection, as you see here. Doing this often will keep you FP neutral, at least, in longer encounters. And residue collection also gives the Recluse a moment to regain stamina, so try to collect residue when your stamina is low, if you want to be truly efficient with your attacks. Now, while the Recluse has an inbuilt way to regain FP, and is extremely efficient, you'll want to go all out against the Night Lords, so again, stockpile Starlight Shards. Pick them up throughout your run and beg your teammates for some as well. Crushing these in the final fight can fuel your heaviest, most inefficient attacks, and it turns the Recluse into this fire hose of damage in the final fight. Recluse's magic cocktails come in 3 categories. You can either combine 3 residues of the same type, you can combine 2 of different types, or you can combine 3 different types. The more variety you introduce, the better, so ideally your teammates and yourself will be attacking with a wide variety of elements to support the Recluse. I'm now going to ask you what each cocktail makes before I reveal the answer. To learn these off by heart, I recommend you rewatch this section and try to memorize them all, flashcard style. Pay attention to the symbol inside the cocktail ability as well, for a clue as to what your combination will create. As you watch these as well, note that I'm casting them at pretty much the maximum range possible. So, what does combining 3 magic residues make? Answer: a pure magic attack that whips the enemy 4 times over 10 seconds. Note that lingering effects like this are great for continually tagging enemies with an element that you can absorb. What does combining pure fire make? It's similar. It summons a whirlwind of flame, which burns a patch of ground for about 8 seconds. What does combining pure lightning make? You buff yourself, acquiring a type of Bloodhound step for a short amount of time, which you can use defensively or offensively. And pure holy? You buff yourself again, except this time with poise and damage negation, allowing you to play more aggressively for a short amount of time. Getting into the double magic cocktails now, you need 2 affinities from one type and 1 affinity from a different type. So, what does magic and fire give you? It launches a magical flame that pursues enemies for 10 seconds until it explodes, dealing a large amount of damage. Great against large, slow-moving enemies, as they'll take every tick of damage. What does magic and lightning do? Upon activation, you can hold to keep a magic lightning blade at your side. You can dodge to remove it, or you can release to slash with the sword and the projectile. Hitting with both will deal a little bit more damage. What does magic and holy make? With this, you blanket the area with a buff that gives you and nearby teammates infinite FP on all skills, all items, all spells used for about 7 seconds. So if you have Comet Azure equipped, get you some holy and magic affinities, please. What does fire and lightning make? Well, you turn into a kamikaze lightning ball that catapults you forward an absurd distance before striking the ground. Fire and holy raise a static orb of warmth for 15 seconds that raises max HP by 30% and cures status ailments for allies, while also lowering the max HP of any enemies that are within this area. Worth noting though is that one only needs to touch this aura once, and the HP effect will persist for a whole minute afterwards. And for lightning and holy, you get this really awesome buff that allows you to auto-parry enemies for 15 seconds. If your opponent uses primarily melee attacks, then this can make the recluse nigh unkillable for a short amount.
How much weight was in the meat? Well, how much was on it determines how much seasoning. About 2/3 of it. Let me see the meat. Wait. Phoebe, I have, like, I can only stop at certain moments when I'm in between fights. Put about half of it in there, stir it up, and let me see it. What's the other kind? I bought 2 kinds. I don't remember. Yeah, I'll try the round ones.
is it? When you first awoke, I did not believe you had any recollection of this round table. But we have fought together countless times. Do not be afraid. Remember well that above all else, we are allies. It is good to have you once again.
first boss agency in his. has so much health that almost every one of his attacks takes up the whole arena. Maybe you can jump over him, I don't know. I'm gonna try a different approach. Get me a big ass shield and see if I can guard counter. I ain't got it. I didn't have it. Bathroom or maybe on the counter next to the bed. Need to stay together, guys. We did, even though we didn't stay together on the last team, we still did pretty good up till the final boss. If we would have stayed together where we could have done stuff quicker, I think we would have won that one. We got him down to a third of his health bar. Fuck's it doing giving us an ancient dragon on the first boss? Holy shit. We ain't even killed any, not even like mob enemies. Well, I'm gonna see what leaving the match, what kind of penalty it is, because it'd be better to wait 10 minutes to play another match than to go through that at 45 minutes. So that was fucked. But there wasn't no coming back from that. It literally gave us an in-game boss right out the gate before any of us had a chance to level up, get gear, or anything. It just threw it at us. Or maybe I can... It says that it will temporarily ban me from multiplayer if I do it. Maybe we'll lose the first day and it won't be that long. Good, everybody left. So I don't think we get a penalty since it technically didn't count me as the last one. lock onto his head, damn it. Got us a lot of levels right out the gate. Man, I guess it might have been worth it. keeps running off by himself and trying to take on bosses solo, and he's a squishy character. And I don't think he's very experienced at this game. He doesn't really understand it.